enter the ring if you are checked in with Ed. Our judge this morning is Ed Kavanaugh is our primary judge. Our consulting judge is Len Benedict. If you're a Lamancha yearling milker, you should be at ringside and ready to enter the ring.
Give him what security. Security was. Hey, maintenance guys, I was talking about the outside, not the inside. The outside there, we could just sweep up, just broom that up real quick before the goats come in. Yeah, we'll get the inside. Thank you.
Here.
Told you. Yes, Lance, you're right. Hey, outside we have an electric car that tripped the breaker box. You know, lock speed breaker back on. Right next to the red barns, electric car. Who's there already? Dude, I did 705.
Today, so The Lamancha milking yearlings are currently in the ring. The sponsor for the Yearling Milker Award is Brookwood Farm, Pete Snyder. If you have a La Mancha 2-year-old milker, you should be in the show ring and checking in with Terry Coleman. La Mancha 2-year-olds should be making your way to the ringside. It's on the screen.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you slept well. Um, our This is our yearling La Mancha milking class. Our first place setter is going to be on our first place doe, second place setter on the second place doe, and the third place setter is going to be on our sixth place doe. The first place mammary system just has more desirable texture to the mammary system, a little more smoothly blended into the body cavity as well. To the second place setter over our third place setter, more height and capacity and width to that rear udder, more lateral support as well than the doe in third place and sixth place, but third place setter, who should be commended over the other does for the desirable shape when viewed from the side, as well as more proper teat delineation and placement of teats on the udder floor. Okay. So 1/2 for that mammary system. It is has more desirable texture, more length of foreudder. Also, in her turn, in general appearance, she walks with a little more ease of motion around that mammary system and body capacity. She excels in second place still, having greater depth of heart, more depth back into that rear barrel. She also has a slight advantage in strength of bone pattern throughout in comparison to 2/3 in her turn in the mammary system, more fullness of rear, more capacity to that rear udder. Uh, she tracks around the ring. She's more smoothly blended from the neck into the withers. She's a little stronger across the top line. This big stretchy doe here in third. I really admire the dairy. Sorry, that length of neck in comparison to four, the sharpness and angularity and openness. She also her mammary sits more correctly underneath the pelvic structure. Her teeth are more desirably uh, pointed down towards the ground. And she's a longer body doe than we have in 4/5 in her turn. Just more substance of doe here. In general appearance, she has more strength of rear pasterns and subsequently more desirable angulation at the rear hock. In her turn in the mammary system, she has more extension and fullness of foreudder than we have in 5/6 today in her turn. As they walk around the ring, she just tracks more directly forward on those front feet with more width between the hocks. In general appearance as well, she has more strength in that chine as well as the loin, more desirable slope to the rump when viewed from the side, flatter in the rump from thurl to thurl than we have in this doe in sixth place. She also has more desirable angulation at the hock than 6/7 in her turn in the mammary system. A very correct mammary system on this doe with more height of her udder, more proper placement of teats on the udder floor, a more desirable udder floor as well. And also in her turn, she'll yield a bit in overall length of bone pattern, but then she comes back with more smoothness of blending of front end assembly than we have in this doe in seventh place. 7/8 in texture to the mammary system, more smoothness of blending of rear into the escutcheon as well than we have in this 8th place doe. 8/9 in her turn for the overall correctness and length of neck and sharpness of withers, flatness of bone, a wider, flatter bone pattern than we have in 9. Nine's very open, but we have the more desirable bone pattern in 8. Sorry. 9/10 in her turn uh, in the mammary system, having more proper placement. Those teats on the udder floor, less motion to the mammary system as she tracks around the ring. She yields a bit of body capacity, or length of body, sorry, to 10. 10/11 in her turn in general appearance. Her front legs sit more perpendicularly sorry, underneath her withers. She's stronger across the top line as she walks around the ring. 11's not being really cooperative. So, anyways, 11/12 today. Just more capacity to that mammary system or height of her udder. She and the will yield oh, attitude, that's for sure. But anyways, she'll yield the correctness set to those forelegs in 12th place. So it is for the correctness in the set of legs and in general appearance, as well as the tightness at the point of elbow. 12 is placing over 13. 13 is placing over 14. Not as big a doe, but more correct, more smoothly blended across the top line, higher at the withers than she is at the pelvic structure. Also in the mammary system, she has more height of rear udder, more securely attached in that rear udder as well. The fourth has a lot to offer. She has good depth of body and spring of rib and a very capacious mammary system. Okay, thanks.
Okay, the results of the Lamancha Milking Yearling class that was sponsored by Pete Snyder from Brookwood Farm. First place went to Goat Sand Crazy Train, owned by Trinity Melmanis. And this first place kid in this class is also the Colorama sale animal. Second prize went to Goat Sand Black Velvet Cake, also owned by Trinity Melmanis. Third place, Here Be Goats KV Twisted Tea, owned by Kelly Hines. Fourth place, Rustic Oaks OK Whisper, owned by Nicole Nadeau. Fifth place went to Rustic Woods MLT Flirt, owned by Faith Hitch. Sixth place went to Magenly LK Nikara, owned by Terry Sines. Seventh place, Magenly ML Niska, also owned by Terry Sines. Eighth place, Here Be Goats HMN Mira, owned by Kelly Hines. Ninth place, Magenly LK Carolina, owned by Nora Strawbridge. 10th place, Rustic Woods Riverside, owned by Ashley Clement Clark. 11th place, Lucky Four Leaf PA Pistachio, owned by Aaron Greiner. 12th place, Vineyard View Harvest Moon, owned by Thomas Cox. 13th, Shady Lawn Golden Dawn, owned by Hope Hitch. 14th went to Magenly MM Noshi, owned by Terry Sines. And the youth winners in the Lamancha Milking Yearling class, first place went to Rustic Woods MLT Flirt, owned by Faith Hitch. Second place went to Shady Lawn Mark Free Spirit, also owned by Hope Hitch. And again, the sponsor of that class was Peter Snyder from Brookwood Farm. Attention in the barns, it is now 7:30. We will be starting the Sable Show in 5 minutes. This is your 5-minute call. Sable Milking Yearlings to ring 2.
Entering the ring are the sable yearling milkers this morning. Our judge for the sables is Mark Baden, and the consulting judge is Pete Snyder.
Good morning, everyone. Ring two. This is our Sable Senior Show. Sable milking yearlings under two and milk. From my right, mammary placings in this milking yearling class. First place is first udder. Second place is second udder, and third place is third udder in order. In mammary system, looking at these mammary systems, first when viewed from behind, we have more udder cleft and division of the udder when viewed from behind at the udder floor. And also teats of more the desired 2/3 the distance from the medial suspensory ligament at the center line of the teat when compared to two. Looking at 1/2 in mammary. 2/3 in mammary system, we're seeing more width to the rear udder attachment today, and we're seeing a more greater area of udder attachment overall and more function. And then our third place mammary system over the balance in the class really felt that this though had the height to the rear udder attachment and started showing us more overall shape and more extension of fore udder. In our class placement today, really appreciated 1/2, not only in mammary system, but also in general appearance, really felt the front end assembly and the smoothness of movement in front end and the blending from neck into wither. Real attractive dairy style, and this still just a slightly flatter bone pattern. Both of them have lovely length of bone pattern, of course, but a little flatter bone in 1/2. Two placing over three, we felt there was a little bit more of a division here in the class. The top two were an obvious pair to be at the top. And so two placing over three in general appearance for her length of body. Beautiful rump on this doe, particularly the levelness from thurl to thurl, not quite having a dorsal process, and a stronger rear pastern over our third place doe. And combined with the mammary system placing makes our placement 2/3. Three placing over four today. In addition to the mammary system, we felt that on the move, this is a doe that was more leveler in the loin, wider in loin as well, and just showing us more in front end assembly, more smooth discipline at the point of elbow, from the point of elbow to the chest floor. Four placing over five. And now in her turn, when viewed from the front, she leads with the chest as opposed to the point of shoulder. She's very prominent at the point of shoulder at this stage in her development. Also in general appearance and the rump structure, once again, it's a longer rump from hip to pin, not necessarily leveler in angle, but it's longer, but it is, we're seeing the levelness from thurl to thurl. Again, it's that ridge line in the dorsal process there. Body capacity relative to frame, we do have a slight advantage in the width and chest floor. It's just the front end is really not smoothly blended in our fifth place doe, so she needs a little more time to develop. Five place and over six doe in mammary system is more smoothness and four udder attention, showing us more lateral extension with less tendency toward breaking in the four, and breaking as it comes to the rear barrel. This is a doe that also is showing us in her dairy strength just more leanness and thigh, showing us more highly arched flank and side profile. Our doe with the end of the line, certainly one of the longest bone pattern does in the class at this time, and has quite a bit tremendous will to milk and will to move around here. But we certainly appreciate the capacity to the mammary system she shows us. Again, those milking yearling udder placements were 1, 2, and 3. 2-year-olds can check in as soon as you get your animals.
We are now ready for the sable 2-year-olds. The sable 2-year-olds. If you are checked in with the ring steward, you can go ahead and come into the ring. Placings for the sable yearling milker. First place, owned by Cliss Foster, is Cliss's NSNN Violet. First place and first udder. Second place and second udder, owned by Ed Judlowski, is Kickaboo Valley JDC Knowlberry. Third place, third udder, owned by Cliss Foster, is Cliss's KPOH from Me Too. Fourth place is owned by Cliss Foster, Cliss's NSNN Chanel. Fifth place, owned by Ed Judlowski, is Kickapoo Valley JSC. In sixth place, owned by Cliss Foster, is Cliss's KDC Katie. The 2-year-old Sable Milkers are now in the ring. If you're sitting here at ringside, I want to remind everybody you to buy a ticket for the cheese event this year. It starts at Thursday at 2 p.m. just for the Colorama sale. Tickets are $20 a piece. You can purchase them over at the ADGA booth. Vicki Larson is over there and ready to give you your ticket this morning. If you need feed or hay or straw, Randy is here at the feed room from noon to 3 every day. And if you need ice, you can purchase 20 pounds of ice for $15. The number's up here at the front desk if you need the number for the Iceman. The 2-year-old first place award is sponsored by My Little Red Tractor Farm, Danny, Marie, and Dallas Posey.
So we picked the top 20 that we're going to work with today, and nothing against the other does. Lots of capacity, body capacity. Some of the does just don't have quite the structure that we're looking for, or they're a little over uttered. Be careful throughout the day as we progress through the day. These goats are going to keep making milk. And anyways, but thanks for coming out, and we look forward to seeing you in the next class. Okay, thanks.
Sable 2-year-old class, real attractive balance dough here at the head of the line. Our memory systems are first place is first udder, second place is second udder, and our third udder on our fourth place dough. When placing over two in the mammary system today, we felt a little more security in the forudder attachment when you put your hands on the forudder with less tendency toward breaking in the rear barrel. A dough that also is showing us more width to the rear udder when viewed from the rear. Our second udder over our third place udder. Inside profile, we see much more roundness and shape and that quality, that third of the mammary capacity in front of and behind the rear leg over our third place mammary system. Third place mammary system is more secure in the forudder attachment that's even seen at rest, no breaking in the fore on the lateral over our fifth place dough, and having a little more roundness and shape inside profile, but also more correct teat placement when viewed from the rear over to the third place dough in the mammary system. In our class placement, really felt the style and the general appearance of this first dough over the second dough. Today in the upstandiness in her front end assembly, slightly more level in the back in the area of the loin today, and walking on a sounder set of rear pasterns to complement her mammary system to be our class winner. Two placing over three as a doe, although granting some length of frame, a little more attractive in head structure today, and a little bit more development in the lower muzzle, showing us also in dairy strength, showing us more blending from neck into wither, and in the mammary system, the more roundness of shape and a little more capacity. Second freshener over a first freshener in third place. This first freshener in third place over our fourth place, though, although granting in the mammary mammary system, again, the length of bone pattern and freedom of excess conditioning, the openness and ribbing, this extreme length of neck and prominence and wither on the doe, really exemplifying dairy strength and dairy characteristics today over our fourth place doe. She complements that inner body capacity with all that frame, still having just as much depth of barrel and flank than we're seeing in our fourth place doe. Fourth place doe, beautiful level top line on this doe. This is a second freshener with a great width and chest floor as she excels the doe in 5 today in that body capacity, extension of brisket, width and power in front end, the increasing depth of body, and in mammary system, more security in that forward attachment than we're seeing in 5. Our doe in 5 today is certainly uphill. We appreciate her upstandingness and her strong back and her attractive rear leg angulation that she shows us today. Again, 2-year-old sable does, mammary systems were 1, 2, and 4. Moving on to our Sable 3-year-old class, mammary systems are 1, 2, 3 in order. When looking at the mammary systems, one place number 2 in forudder attachment, the extension of the forudder and the lateral ligament across the body, less tendency toward breaking at the bottom of the barrel. We felt there was a little more height to the rear udder attachment. Second place udder over a third place udder, there's more function and volume in this mammary system and more udder depth as well, with more roundness and side profile. But also we're just seeing a little more correct teat placement and teat diameter when viewed from the rear. Really, she will grant some width to the rear udder, extremely wide rear udder attachment on our doe in 3. We'll talk about that a little more in the class placement, though. Sometimes she has some difficulty in walking around that mammary system in the rear leg structure. Class placement, in addition to the mammary system, beautiful dairy strength and femininity and style here on this first place doe. In her general appearance, she climbs beautifully up into the wither there in her uphill stance. Today, she stands up on a stronger rear pastern, but it's the dairy strength, more leanness in neck, and the femininity that she's showing us in openness and rib. 2 placement over 3 is a pretty solid placement here, general appearance in the rear legs, showing us more angulation about the stifle. She walks with more ease of motion around her mammary system. She maintains her levelness in the rump longer without having to be handled, and has a longer rump from hip to pin than we're seeing her doe in 3. 3 over 4 in body capacity. She's much wider in chest floor, has more extension of brisket, more depth in chest, more depth of barrel as well. Mammary system, we have an udder floor higher above the hock, teats of more desirable length, and again, that beautiful width to the rear udder attachment over our 4th place doe. Doe in 4 today, we certainly love the upstandiness and the sharpness and the wither at this time, but all the other 3 does were so deep in the front end and it made it a little more difficult. But again, this lovely doe in back, we certainly appreciate that. Thank you. Again, the 3-year-old mammaries were 1, 2, and 3.
Okay. Sorry, just was waiting for Mark. Anyways, the mammary systems are going to be on. They're going to be 1, 2, 3. Okay. First place mammary system over the second place mammary system. More desirable shape to the mammary system when viewed from the side. More length and width and capacity to the forudder. And then we have in this doe in 2, 2 over 3. A slightly better udder floor with more height of rear udder. More desirable teat placement on the udder floor as well. And the texture on the third place doe is amazing. And I wanted to remind you guys, texture is going to make some difference in placings today. So it's a fair warning. We talked about that. So anyways, so 1 over 2 for that mammary system has more desirable shape when viewed from the side, more lateral support, wider, more capacious forudder, more length of forudder, but also in general appearance, or in dairy strength, sorry. She's more open, a wider, flatter bone pattern, a looser, pliable skin, just sharper and more angular throughout than we have in 2. 2 over 3 in her turn, as she walks around the ring, she's more smoothly blended. She walks around that mammary system with more ease of motion than this big, powerful doe here in 3. It is for the power and strength and dairy strength, that length of neck, the sharpness of withers, the angularity, the texture to the mammary system. 3 is placing over 4. 4 is placing over 5, more balance and symmetry to the halves of the mammary system, more proper delineation of teats from the udder floor as well. Sorry, it's kind of spooky. Anyways, she also excels with more width of rear udder, more capacity to that rear udder as well. More width of chest floor than the doe standing here in 5. 5 over 6, just more substance of bone on this doe. In her turn, she'll yield a bit to the overall length of top line when viewed from the side, but when you look at her from behind, she's a wider individual, and with that width also has more width of rear udder, more capacity to that rear udder than we have in 6. 6 over 7, a closer placing, but she's more smoothly blended from the neck into the withers and across the top line. She has more desirable set to the rear legs with more width between the hocks. Also in her turn, she doesn't have the the capacity to the mammary system, much more desirable texture to that mammary system than we have in 7/8 today. A closer placing, but more height of rear udder, more width of rear udder. She also a slight advantage as she walks forward, tracks more directly forward on those front feet than we have in 8 or 9 today. More smoothly blended from the neck into the withers. She's stronger across the top line in her turn in the mammary system. A wider, more capacious forwarder with more smooth as the blending of that forwarder into the body cavity. 9/10 in general appearance and structural correctness and strength of feet and legs, particularly the strength of those rear pasterns. Uh, she, she also has a slight advantage in overall length of body. 10/11. She has amazing rear udder that's held high and secure up into that escutcheon, sharp and angular throughout. Just walks with more ease of motion around the mammary system than 11. 11, a real powerhouse in milk production. Good depth of mammary system in comparison to 12. She has more length and width of foreudder. Also in body capacity, she has more depth of heart, width of chest floor, length of body than we have in 11. 12/13 in her turn. Uh, the ring doesn't do them favors because there's up and downs everywhere. Yeah, so she looks a little downhill right now, but when on the move, she walked higher headed and more nearly correct on those feet and legs than we have in 13. She will yield the capacity to that mammary system to the 13 plateau. 13 when she came in, I really admire this doe for her sharpness and her angularity and her openness and her mammary system. She's placing over the 14th place doe, however, for her depth of heart, her width of chest floor, depth back into that rear barrel today. 14/15 in her turn. Just more substance of bone on this doe and dairy strength. A wider, flatter bone pattern throughout. In her turn, just a more tightly attached mammary system up and underneath that pelvic structure. 15/16 in her turn. Sharper, more angular, sharper in those withers, a longer body type individual as well. She has a slight advantage in the texture to the mammary system as well in comparison to 16. 16/17, depth of mammary system. We have a first freshener here in 17, but more depth of mammary system, more width of rear udder than we have in 17. 17, a beautiful general appearance still. We just felt she lacks capacity to move her up higher, but she's only a first freshener, and you don't want to overlook everything. So, in general appearance, she excels our 18th place doe. She's more smoothly blended from the neck into the withers. She's longer and stronger across the top line, more width of loin, more width of rump, more desirable slope to the rump when viewed from the rear in comparison to 18, though she will yield certainly the depth and capacity of the mammary system to this 18th place doe. 18/19 in her turn, a closer placing, but in the mammary system, we have the third behind the rear leg and the third in front of the rear leg. She has a wider rear udder, a wider, more capacious and fuller forudder than we have in 19. 19/20, more correct in the set to her feet and legs, particularly the angulation to the rear leg set when viewed from the side. Than we have in this big body doe here in 20. It is for the length of body and depth and width throughout. 20 should be commended today. Okay, thanks.
Lamancha 3-year-olds are now entering the ring. Lamancha 3-year-olds are now entering the ring.
This is the results of our 4-year-old Sable class. 4-year-old Sable's mammary systems are in order 1, 2, 3. Our first mammary system over our second mammary system, you can see the roundness or the globular shape inside profile, the third of the mammary capacity in front of and behind the rear leg when compared to 2. Our second mammary system over our third place mammary system, when viewed from the rear, we have more width and height to the rear udder attachment, a greater overall area of udder attachment over our third place doe. In addition, in our class placement, in addition to the mammary system, we see more body capacity in 1/2 with more depth of barrel, a wider doe and chest floor, a doe that also is showing us more length of bone pattern throughout than we're seeing in 2. Our second place doe over our third place doe is similar in the style, in the mature body style that we see in the first place doe in the depth of body. We see more extension of brisket and side profile. And you see the fullness at the point of elbow and the increasing depth of body from heart, barrel to flank over our third place doe. In addition to her mammary system advantage over the third place doe in general appearance, she has more ideal slope of rump from hip to pin, and also seeing more levelness in the loin. Third place, though, we certainly appreciate the correct angulation to the rear legs and a very straight front leg and the dairy bone pattern that she has. Thank you.
We are ready for the 5 and 6-year-old stables to enter the ring. 5 and 6-year-old stables can come into the ring, please. Results of the 2-year-old stable milker class. First place, the results for the 2-year-old stable class. First place, first udder goes to Ayana Young, Hala Farm, Americana Impala. Second place, second udder goes to Cliss Foster, Cliss's NNHT Treaky Trakes. Third place goes to Ayana Young, Hala Farm Love Shack. Fourth place, third udder goes to Ed Judlowski, Kickavoo Valley, JDC Malala. And fifth place goes to Elsie Foster, Cliss's KD Permission of Love, and she is the first place youth in the Sable 2-year-old class. Sable 3-year-old results. First place and first udder go to Cliss Foster, Cliss's KCA Nat'l. Second place, second udder goes to Ed Judlowski, Kickapoo Valley, KVKM Lavaberry. Third place, third udder goes to Ed Judlowski, Kickapoo Valley, OMS Lilaberry. And fourth place goes to Ed Judlowski, Kickapoo Valley, JDC Lilyberry. The 4-year-old stable milker results. First place, first udder goes to Tracy Foster, Cliss's KR Miracle Berry, and that's also a youth placing. Second place, second udder goes to Marianne Wright, Acres of Daisies, TS Lulu. And third place, third udder goes to Mary Ann Wright, Acres of Daisies, ADE Booberan. Again, the 2-year-old results. The award sponsor for the 2-year-old is My Little Red Tractor Farm, Danny, Marie, and Dallas Posey. First place, first udder, 2-year-old Lamancha goes to Trinity Malmanis, Goat Sand Zakittles. Second place goes to Tammy Tuller. She's also second place udder. Autumn Acres Shine in Style. Third place, third udder goes to Jill Pritchard, J Havens PE Imogene. Fourth place, La Mancha goes to Nicole Nadu, Rustic Woods MLT Serenity. Fifth place Lamancha 2-year-old is also Nicole Nadeau. Rustic Woods, MLC Willow. Sixth place goes to Levi Campbell. Panacea's Freya. Seventh place goes to Terry Signs. Magenti KH Mystery. Eighth place goes to Trinity Malmanis. Goat Sand Creme Brulee. Ninth place is Kelly Hines. Here Be Goats SFC Mard. 10th place goes to Claire Smith Thompson. KCMR Bora Scarlet. 11th place goes to Linda Giles. Simply Southern Mrs. Beasley. 12th place goes to Nicole Nadeau. Rustic Woods Pure Seduction. 13th place goes to Ashley Clement Clark. Magenti KF Malibu. 14th place goes to the Morris family. Fifteenth place goes to Terry Signs, Magenti LJ Memphis. 16th place goes to Lucky Four Leaf KA Sydney, owned by Aaron Greiner. Seventeenth place goes to Megan Lawrence, Jen May K Kids, Lefty Lucy. 18th place goes to Janie Wyand, Starcroft Twister. 19th place goes to Janie Wyant, Starroft Tiger Lily. And 20th place goes to J. Fritz Cinnamon and Spice, owned by Deanna Fritz. Again, that was the 2-year-old milker results. The sponsor was My Little Red Tractor Farm, Danny, Marie, and Dallas Posey.
Placing our class of Sable 5 and 6-year-olds. From my right, memory system placements again are in order 1, 2, and 3. In memory system, first place udder places over second place udder when viewed from behind for the balance and symmetry of the memory system on either side of the medial suspensory ligament. And speaking of the medial suspensory ligament, she has more definition and cleft to the udder floor created by a stronger medial suspensory ligament than we're seeing in our second place doe, and also has teats of more medium diameter than we're seeing in 2. Our second place mammary system over our third place mammary system for the width to the rear udder attachment. She has more capacity up into the rear udder attachment as well. And then our third place mammary system, today we certainly appreciate the teats of medium length. Class placement, and you just can't take your eyes off this dairy frame on this first place doe, just really the ideal for the breed standard and the length of bone pattern. length of body, this beautiful, excellent general appearance in the back, and excellent rump structure, and the length of rump and width of rump from and levelness from thurl to thurl really ideal. As she excels the second place doe in that length of bone pattern, and the width of rump and the width of loin over 2. 2 placing over 3, and her turn in general appearance has more angulation about the rear leg set and side profile. She stands more level in the loin as well. Over our third place doe. And as we said in the mammary system placement, the capacity and width to the rear udder attachment today as she's exhibited. 3 placing over 4 now in her turn, more functional mammary system. The doe in 4 today, the handler said that she's only being milked once a day, so we have more productivity and more extension of forward attachment, and in body capacity, we have more depth of the rear barrel than we're seeing in 4. 4 over 5 granting mammary system, we have the advantage in body capacity. A doe that is much wider in chest floor and deeper there, fuller at the point of elbow. She shows us in general appearance a more level chine and a more ideal slope of rump from hip to pin and thurl to thurl than we're seeing in our doe in 5. Certainly commend the capacity of this 5-year-old today in 5th place, but just not quite the depth of body. Thank you. Again, mammary systems in the 5-6-year-old class for 1, 2, and 3.
We are ready for the 7 and over sable does to enter the ring, please. 7 and over sable milkers, please enter the ring. We are still showing the 3-year-old Lamancha milkers. And the sponsor of the 3-year-old Lamancha Milker Award is Castamir's Dairy Goats. The sponsor of the 4-year-old sable milking class was Buteos Terry Coleman. The sponsor of the 5 and 6-year-old sable milker class was Inglenook Farm, David Ingle and family. If you have a first or second place sable milker, please be coming to ringside for the grand or the senior champion class. If you were the winner of the Sable Junior Show, please bring your junior champion to the ringside for selection of overall grand champion.
Sable age doe class, age 7 and older. We have an 8-year-old and a 9-year-old, respectively. And the mammary systems will be as they stand. In mammary system, we just have more function and productivity to the mammary system with more width to the rear udder attachment over a second place doe. She will grant teats a more medium diameter to tube. She adds to that in the class placement and the depth of body that she has in barrel and flank, the levelness and smoothness of blending along the top line, particularly in the loin today, and just walking with more smoothness of movement in the shoulder assembly than we see in our second place. So 9-year-old doe really excelling in dairy strength and still at age 9 with beautiful rear, excuse me, beautiful rear leg angulation for which we commend her. Thank you.
We are ready for the Sable Milker first and second place winners to enter the ring. Sable first and second place milkers, please enter the ring for selection of senior champion. The sponsor of the Sable 5 and 6-year-old milker class was Ingle Nook Farm, David Ingle and family. First place, first udder goes to Clisses T.F. Shiloh, owned by Cliss Foster. Second place, second udder goes to Ed Jadlowski of Kickapoo Valley, JDC Jakia Berry. Third place, third udder goes to Cliss Foster, Clisses SSCS Begonia. Fourth place is owned by Mary Ann Wright, Acres of Daisies T.S. Elizabeth. And fifth place goes to Kickapoo Valley, JDC Julia. Again, that award is sponsored by the Ingle Nook Farm, David Ingle and family. We have the first and place animals in the ring for the selection of the Sable Senior Champion. The winner of the Sable 7-year and older, first place, first udder goes to Cliss Foster, Clisses KOOH, Bavura of Hope. Second place, second udder is owned by Mary Ann Wright, GCH Clisses KNOH, Cantalina. Currently in the ring are the Lamancha 3-year-old milkers. The 3-year-old milker award is sponsored by Castamir's Dairy Goats.
So your lineup for Sable Senior Champion. Here are blue ribbon winners in the line closest to me, and their respective second place winners next to them. At my left are a pair of milking yearlings. As is tradition, we have a recap and a review and give some descriptive explanations of these goats. Hasn't been too long ago since we've seen the milking yearlings. We went through this, but we certainly have very attractive representatives in this front line for the breed that conform correctly to the breed standard. And all these does are dairy goats and really show us appropriate amount of conditioning and fleshing and productivity for their age and their stage in lactation. This milking yearling certainly attractive in her uphill stance and extension and brisket. 2-year-old doe with more depth of body as we would anticipate and very strong udder support. Very balanced 3-year-old doe with this beautiful dairy body, and some might say in cattle terminology, this dairy sweep of rib and this depth and mammary system placed so attractively on the body wall. And we see that 30 of the mammary capacity, unlike the immature mammary systems behind her. 4-year-old doe, again, even more productivity here, not quite the range, the length of body, or the stature that we see on the other does, but certainly a working hard sable doe here. This 5-year-old doe, just a beautiful dairy body frame, and the length of body and the elevation and that linear line increase in stature. Even the tail head is level. The tail is as level as the rump on this doe. So just really hard to take your eye off her if you really like general appearance. And then our age doe, this is an 8-year-old at the head of the line on a sound set of feet, legs, and pasterns. Again, when we're looking for our national champion, the combination in the 4 areas of the scorecard, and we're looking for the doe that's able to function efficiently over a long and productive lifetime. And in this case, in a smaller breed here, long productive lifetime animals that are able to hold up to maturity is very important for longevity and breeding programs and being the standard bearer for the breed. Today, Pete and I, we really felt with confidence our national champion is going to be our 5-year-old today. The 5-year-old really excels the entire lineup in her general appearance and dairy strength and body capacity. And we really felt over the age doe, it's her smoothness of movement that she's maintaining as an age doe and the levelness in back. This is a doe that has more width in chest and depth of chest. She excels over the 4-year-old behind her in mammary system and the height to the rear udder attachment and more smoothly blended rear udder and side profile. She excels her as well in the length of bone pattern throughout. Her closest competitor in the front line is the 3-year-old doe. She excels her in general appearance and the angulation of her rear leg set and the levelness and the length of rump from hip to pin. And a doe that is more naturally uphill on her own, just walking around the ring. Over the 2-year-old and the yearling, she has additional years of productive life, area of udder attachment, and capacity to the mammary system. Just a beautiful frame on this 5-year-old to be our Sable Senior National Champion. And we'll walk her out of line. We consider this doe who stood second to her also beautiful in back and very strong in general appearance and a very sound mammary system as well. We aren't going to go back to our 3-year-old for our reserve senior champion. She adds more points and depth of body, even being 2 years junior to the second place 5-year-old. She is deeper in body, particularly at the rear barrel and at the rear rib. She has more mammary shape and side profile, more roundness in shape. We see the third of the mammary capacity in front of and behind the rear leg, and that is the advantage over the yearling and 2-year-old, and definitely in mammary system and function and capacity. She has her advantage over the 4-year-old in the structure to the mammary system, the smoothness of blending of the rear udder attachment, and she has the advantage over the age doe, just having more smoothness of movement in the general appearance, particularly in front end assembly, levelness in the back, and a mammary system with a very smoothly blended forward udder. The 3-year-old will be our reserve senior champion.
Scared myself. So we have the does here in the center of the line, the 20 that we're going to work with. The does on the outer perimeter. Thanks very much for coming. You don't have some of the does don't have the strength of feet and legs, or the general appearance, or the memory systems, the depth and capacity. So we appreciate you coming out, and we look forward to seeing you in the next class if you're coming, or a subsequent class. But if you don't mind leaving, that'd be great. Thanks.
Your senior champion for the Sables is Clissus T.S. Shiloh. And your reserve senior champion, owned by Cliss Foster as well, is Clissus KCA Nat'l. We need the Sable junior champion and the Sable reserve junior champion ready to come into the ring, please.
Last evening's Sable Junior Champion, the Senior Kid and Reserve Junior Champion, the Intermediate Kid have came back to challenge our Senior and Reserve Senior Champion for the Grand Championship of the breed. And again, we see this wonderful progression of dairy strength, and all four of these does have strength. There's no frailty, flatness and bone, and all four of these does beautiful backs on them, and feet, legs, and pasterns. So the general appearance and the dairy strength are there, but lacking in the mammary system. We have productive mammary systems and functional mammary systems. The day is yet to come. We look forward to seeing these two does next year in Redmond as milking yearlings. So hopefully they make the trip over the mountain, and we can see those beautiful milking yearlings next year. But for today, our Sable Grand Champion is our senior champion, the 5-year-old, and our reserve Grand Champion, the 3-year-old.
The Grand Champion Sable is owned by the Foster family, Clissus T.S. Shiloh. The Grand Champion Award is sponsored by Windbrier Farm, Bob and Susan Phillips. The Reserve Grand Champion Sable goes to Clisses KCA Nat'l, also owned by the Foster family. The award is sponsored by Valis de Acas, Lacey Vibido. We currently have the youth members out here for selection of the Youth Premier Doe.
Lineup for our Sable Premier Youth, though, we have a 2-year-old first freshener and a 4-year-old third freshener to compete. In comparing these two does, we have one doe twice the age of the other, still standing on a sound set of legs and pasterns, and having more depth of body and width, and then a mammary system, more function and capacity to the mammary system, more roundness and shape as well. The 4-year-old, for the advantage in her maturity and the capacity both in body and mammary, the 4-year-old will be our premier youth doe. Congratulations.
The winner of the Premier Youth Doe is Tracy Foster with Clissus K.R. Miracle Berry. Congratulations, Tracy. We are ready for the dairy herd for the sable breed. If you have a dairy herd entry, please check in with the ring steward and enter the ring.
First group class is Sable Dairy Herd 4 does and milk from the same exhibit. And both of these groups can stand a lot more competition. Both of these groups are consistent in their strengths. Our first place group is extremely consistent in their dairy strength and openness, a ribbing length of bone pattern throughout, and very productive mammary systems. And the specifics in the mammary system, when viewed from the rear, we're seeing more definition to the outer floor, teats of more medium length, just a little bit more area of attachment on these does, but it's the dairy strength. Second place group, beautiful backs in these does, particularly the rumps, the rump structure, and the width and levelness and loin as well. And again, lovely groups. Both of them can stand a lot more competition. Thank you. Senior Breeders Trio is next. Senior Breeders Tree. We'll leave them as they stand so you can see the rear udder attachments on these goats, a different view. And we'll place them from my right to my left. Again, our senior champion and grand champion, the 5-year-old, the 3-year-old, and then the first place milking yearling. And this group did take out the weaker member, the 4-year-old. For the rear, they are even more consistent in their mammary system, particularly in rear udder attachment. Still the same consistency in dairy strength. But now, and you can see from rear view, also in mammary, we said before, shaped outer floor, but also now balance and symmetry, anti-placement as well over our group in 2. And again, our group in 2, beautiful width to the rear udder to complement the width of the rump and the width in the loin. So thank you to our exhibitors. Senior Get a Sire is next. Single entry in our Sable Senior Get a Sire. 3 daughters from the same sire in this instance are represented by 3 different dams. We're showing a buck that throws on upstanding does. When looking from behind, you're looking over the shoulders, the junction of the shoulder blade to the wither, and they have the smoothness of blending there. You can see inside profile, this sire throws rear legs with good angulation and strength of feet and pasterns and adequate height and width to rear attachment. They'll be a blue ribbon winner. Thank you. Produce of Dam is next.
Sable breeders, this should be the best 3 females entering the ring. I'm incorrect. It's the Get a Sire. So it is the best. The Sable Senior Ghetto Sire Award is sponsored by Kickavoo Valley Dairy Goats, and the winner of the Senior Ghetto Sire was Ed Jadlowski with Josa's PBB Dutch Chocolate. The Sable Dairy Herd, first place goes to Cliff Foster. Second place goes to Ed Jadlowski.
Sable produce of dam from my right to my left, a pair of yearlings over a group that has some age in them. But when we compare them in general appearance, when we're looking at these does, the consistency in the front end assembly and the smoothness of blending in front end assembly and width and chest floor, the consistency and the levelness in the rump from thurl to thurl. In this group out here, we have a pair of yearlings and one yearling here. And so we're not seeing that consistency in the general appearance. When we look at the mammary systems, we have more consistency in the shape to the outer floor and the balance and symmetry as well. Thank you. Dam and Daughter is next.
So this is our class of does. Our first place mammary system is going to be on our first place doe, second place mammary on the second place doe, and the third place mammary is going to be on our fourth place doe. The first place mammary over the second place mammary, just more capacity, more proper placement of teats on the outer floor, more width and capacity of that forudder. The second place udder over the third, more balance and symmetry to the mammary system, more smoothness of blending of rear into the escutcheon, and our third place udder over the balance of the does, more desirable shape to the mammary system, beautiful extension and width and capacity of that forudder. 1/2 for that mammary system today, having more width of rear udder, more capacity to the rear udder, more width and capacity and length of forudder. She also excels the second place doe in general appearance, having more length across the top line. Anyways, sorry. She's wider in the loin. Also, having more width of rump from thurl to thurl than we have in 2. 2/3 in her turn. for a slight advantage. We really like this third place doe. When she walked in the ring, she really caught your eye. But we have more substance on this doe, bone, more width and power and strength in that front end than we have in 3. Also in the mammary system, having more depth of mammary system, and certainly a lot more capacity to that rear udder today than we have in 3 over 4 today. In her turn in general appearance, structural correctness, she has more desirable angulation at the hock when viewed from the side. She walks with more width between the hocks as well. In the front end, she's more smoothly put together. Her shoulder blades are tighter against her body wall. She's fuller in the crops as well, though she will yield length of top line and certainly that mammary system with that extension and capacity to the forudder in the fourth place doe. It is for the mammary system, the length of forudder, the capacity to that mammary system, the depth of mammary system, but also the upstandingness in the front end and the length of top line, the width of loin, the smoothness of blending across the loin back into the rump in comparison to 5. 5 over 6 in her turn. Once again, sorry, just a taller stature doe, but she's more, in general appearance, she's more smoothly blended from the neck into the withers. She's stronger in the chine. She has more desirable set to the rear legs, as well as more desirable texture to that mammary system. And then we have in 6. 6 over 7, kind of last minute switch, but we felt that this doe was a little sharper, a little cleaner, carrying more desirable degree of fleshing, more incurving in the thigh. And her turn in the mammary system, more width of her forudder, more extension into the body cavity than we have in 7. 7 over 8, very attractive doe here, long and level, strong across that top line. She's stronger in the chine and loin in comparison to 8. 8 over 9 in her turn. In the mammary system, having more pleasing size and shape and circumference of teats at this point. She also has a slight advantage in texture to the mammary system than we have in 9. And as she walks more truer on those front feet, more directly forward than we have in 9. 9 over 10 in her turn, just that tremendous advantage in dairy strength, that length of neck, the sharpness of withers, but also the openness and spacing between those ribs. And in the mammary system, having more depth of mammary system and fullness of forudder in comparison to 10. 10 over 11 in her turn in the mammary system, more balance and symmetry to the halves of the mammary system today. She has a slight advantage in length of neck, and that's about it. We really liked and admired this 11th place doe. Well, at least I did. She's very correct in strength of feet and legs. She walked around the ring very level across the top line. In comparison to our 12th place doe, she'll yield a balance and symmetry to the halves of the mammary system, but she comes back with more smoothness of blending of rear into the escutcheon. But her big thing is the strength of those rear pasterns as they walk around the ring today. 12, you just couldn't ignore the power and strength in that front end. Very correct in general appearance in the front. Those shoulder blades tight against their body wall, giving rise to those withers and dairy strength, that length of neck in comparison to 13. But it's a mammary system, a beautiful mammary system on this doe. The extension of forudder in comparison to 13, the texture to the mammary system today. If she had to yield anything to the 13th place doe, it'd be the strength of those rear pasterns today. 13 over 14 in her turn, for quite an advantage in strength of general appearance in the top line. She's stronger in that chine, as well as with the width of loin. In her turn, the mammary system is more pleasing shape when viewed from the side in comparison to 14. 14 over 15 in her turn. The depth of mammary system, the capacity of the mammary system. She also has more width in that front end and the chest floor than we have in 15. 15 over 16 for that stretch, that length of neck, sharpness and angularity throughout, length of body, but also set to those rear legs, having more correct angulation at the hock than we have in comparison to 16. 16, a really attractive mammary system on this doe. In comparison to 17, more desirable shape, texture to that mammary system than we have in 17, but she also has a slight advantage in smoothness of blending and general appearance from the neck into the withers in comparison to 17. 17 over 18 in her turn. In the mammary system, having more width of rear udder, more length of forudder. She's not as long, but she does have more depth and she's more proportionate in all the categories offered by the American Dairy Goat Association. 18 over 19 in her turn, just more bloom to the mammary system today, carry more desirable degree of fleshing as well. She's sharper, she's cleaner. Not to take away from our 19th place doe, very long across that top line. In comparison to our 20th place doe, more smoothly blended from the neck into the withers. But in the mammary system, she'll yield the capacity to this 20th place doe, but then she comes back with more desirable overall area of udder attachment, more proper placement of teats on the udder floor, more strength of udder floor as well. Than we have in this 20th place doe. The 20th place doe should be commanded for tremendous capacity to the mammary system. Okay, thanks.
Sable dam and daughter from my right to my left. The daughter is the sun gal, the dam on the line closest to you in this first pair. We see quite a bit of improvement in this pair, but it's a consistency in good type in production, more functional mammary systems. We see more capacity up higher and wider into the rear udder attachment over a second place group. And you can kind of see on the does closest to ringside, we have more consistency in rear leg angulation on the pair. Both of the does have more correct set and rear leg when compared to our group in two. Two placing over three is more of a general appearance placement and levelness and back in the loin. The daughters are yearling milkers, and so we're looking at the levelness, the consistency and back. We're also seeing a smoothness of blending at the top of the shoulder assembly, and in mammary systems as well. We're seeing a little bit more capacity higher into the rear udder attachment. Certainly love the consistency and the dairy strength that we see passed on to the daughter in our third place group. All right, we'll do best udder next.
We currently have in the ring the Lamancha 4-year-old class. The sponsor is My Little Red Tractor Farm, Danny, Marie, and Dallas Posey. The 3-year-old Lamancha results. The award was sponsored by Castamere Dairy Goats. The first place, first udder 3-year-old was owned by Trinity Malmanus, Goat Sands Chaos. Second place, second udder, also owned by Trinity Malmanus, Goat Sand Blackbird. Third place goes to Levi Campbell, Panacea's Inappropriate Flashy. Fourth place goes to Rodney Denoski. Animal's name is Roulotte. Fifth place goes to Jill Pritchard. Jay Havens VD Living with Glow. Sixth place goes to Deanna Fritz. J Fritz AAJT Cloud9. Seventh place goes to Tammy Tuller. Autumn Acres Cinderella. Eighth place is owned by Megan Lawrence. J May K Kids Tia. Ninth place is owned by Levi Campbell. Panacea's Crispin. 10th place is Megan Lawrence, Goat Sand Silvertip. 11th place is a youth, Hope Hitch, Shady Lawn Banana Crisp. 12th place 12th place is owned by Claire Smith Thompson, Hillbilly Lane Farm, BMN. 13th place is owned by Nicole Nadeau, Champion Rustic Woods, MLT Integrate. 14th place is owned by Emily Miller, Nantuck's Pride Pecan. 15th place is owned by Kelly Hines, Here Be Goats, Majim Tea. 16th place is owned by Jill Pritchard, Manzanita Farm Ice Hooley. 17th place owned by Garrett Morris, Morris GTR Flirtini. 18th place is owned by the Fritz family. 19th place is owned by Janine Garman, Celtic Ridge SFBM Tough Tall. And 20th place is owned by Ashley Clement Clark, Magenly SE Lavish. Those were the Lamancha 3-year-olds, the award sponsored by Castamere Dairy Goats.
Back in the ring are our first and second place Sable udder placings from each class. In our first place line, in each of our classes, we had first place was first udder. And so, as is tradition, we invite these does to come back in, and the judges and team make selection for who they'd like to see milked out. We will ask to have them milked out. Some goats. So we would like to see our first and second place 3-year-olds milk out, and our national champion, our first place 5-year-old. Those 3 does are the does that we'd like to see milked out, come back in the ring for evaluation for best udder and reserve best udder. Again, thank you so much for a quality sable show. All those small, very good representatives of the sable breed. Thank you so much.
Exhibitors, attention in the barns and in the show ring. When you enter the show ring, I know many of you are showing for someone else. You must have your card, and your card must match your goat. We are going to record the card that you hand to the show secretary. So please be sure that you A, have a card, and B, the card is actually the goat that you are holding.
This is a conclusion of our Sable show with the naming of our Sable Best Udder and Reserve Best Udder. Certainly want to thank everyone for their help. Michelle Kruger was the Sable ring steward. Barbara Norcross, our Sable show secretary. Of course, Pete Snyder from New York, pinch hitting here for Anna Hodgick today. And of course, our Sable exhibitors today for a quality show representing your breed. We had 3 does milk out. Our champion, the 5-year-old, fifth freshener, and then our pair of 3-year-olds, the reserve champion, our second place 3-year-old. When looking at the mammary system, all 3 of these does they milked out nicely. And so when we look at the quality of the mammary system and the integrity, particularly in forwarder attachment, really at first, and for best udder, we compare the 3-year-old to the 5-year-old, and the 3-year-old has more structural integrity of the extension of the forwarder attachment, and really felt both sides milked out more completely, particularly the left side when we look at the 5-year-old. Our Sable Best Udder will be our 3-year-old today. Now, considering the second place 3-year-old to the 5-year-old champion, and again, for our national championship, really felt she had the 3 areas of the scorecard: dairy strength, general appearance, and body capacity, and she had a quality mammary system. But again, this is the national championship, and to be very specific for a title for best udder alone. And when we look at these 2 does, we feel that full and milked out, we can see that there is more width to the rear udder attachment in the second place 3-year-old. There is again more structural support in the forwarder attachment, and both sides milked out evenly. We'll stay in the 3-year-old class. The second place 3-year-old will be our reserve best udder.
Production awards for the 2-year-old Sable Milkers is Clissy's NNHT Tricky Trakes with 1,020 pounds and 188 days. The production award for the 3-year-old milker is Kickapoo Valley KVKM Lava Berry with 3,850 pounds and 305 days. The production award for the 5 and 6-year-old milkers is Kickapoo Valley's JDC Jacoberry with 3,640 pounds and 305 days. High lifetime milk goes to Kickapoo Valley JDC Jacoberry. High lifetime fat goes to Kickapoo Valley JDC Jacoberry. High 305 milk goes to Kickapoo Valley KVKM Lava Berry. And high 305 fat goes to Kickapoo Valley KVKM Lava Berry. Best udder today for our Sables goes to our 3-year-old Clissy's TF Shiloh. Oh, sorry. Goes to Clissy's KCA Natalie is our best udder today. Our reserve best udder goes to Kickapoo Valley KVKM Lava Berry. Congratulations.
a nice class of Lamancha does. Mammary systems are going to be 1, 2, and 3. I don't know. Do you want your? So our first place mammary system over the second place mammary system, more depth, more capacity, more width of rear udder, more desirable teat placement on the udder floor in comparison to 2/3 in her turn. Once again, more height and smooth as a blending of rear udder into the escutcheon in her turn, more proper placement of teats on the udder floor, more extension of fore udder as well, more desirable shape and texture as well. So placing this class and the third place udder should be commended for the width of rear udder. 1/2, further advantage in the mammary system, having more depth and capacity, length of fore udder, shape to the mammary system when viewed from the side. But in general appearance, she's straighter in the foreleg. She tracks more desirably on those front feet. She is not as tall, but she is more smoothly blended from the neck into the withers. She's wider in the loin as well than we have in 2. 2/3 in her turn. She's has more length of neck and dairy strength. She is a little more open as well, with more width between the bones, as well as more flatness of bone. In her turn in the mammary system, having more smooth as a blending of rear udder into the escutcheon. 3/4 in her turn in the mammary system, more desirable teat placement, more strength of medial suspensory ligament, more width of rear udder as well, but also in body capacity. She's wider in the chest floor, deeper in the heart, and more depth back into that rear barrel with more spring of rib. 4/5 in her turn, for a slight advantage in strength in feet and legs, particularly when in motion. She walks with more ease of motion around the mammary system. And also in the mammary system, she has more desirable texture to that mammary system and is able to accommodate it as she walks around the ring. 5/6. In her turn, in strength in feet and legs, particularly the strength of those rear pasterns. She also is more smoothly blended in that front end assembly. Her shoulder blades tighter against her body wall. She's fuller in the crops as well. She'll yield the texture to the mammary system in the sixth place doe. 6/7. In her turn, a slight advantage as she walks. She walks with more width between the hocks. She's also stronger in those rear pasterns with more depth of rear heel than we have in this doe standing here in 7. 7/8, a longer, leaner neck, sharper and cleaner throughout, more capacity to that mammary system, more depth of heart as well, though she will yield the straightness of foreleg and where they sit on this 8th place doe. 8/9 today in her turn, structural correctness across the top line. She's stronger in the chine, stronger in the loin. She has more desirable strength of rear pasterns and subsequently more desirable angulation at the hock in comparison to 9, though she will yield the width of rear udder to this 9th place. So it is for the width and capacity to that rear udder. 9 is placing over 10, 10 is placing over 11. In her turn, just more substance of bone, a wider, flatter bone pattern with greater spacing between the ribs. Also in the mammary system, she has more desirable texture to that mammary system than we have in 11. 11/12 in her turn, having more smoothness of rear udder into the escutcheon, as well as more desirable texture to that mammary system today than we have in 12. 12, I really admire these type of does, the long lean neck, the sharpness and angularity throughout. It is for that length of neck, length across the top line, set to those rear legs, the shape to the mammary system when viewed from the side. She's placing over 13. 13/14, just more goat, more substance than we have in 14, more bone. Also, she has a slight advantage in spring of rib and body capacity. 14, smaller type individual, but certainly a really nice, attractive mammary system, and she's placing over our 15th place doe for that. More desirable shape to the mammary system, more capacity, more depth in relationship to the size of the doe. 15/16 in her turn. Just more substance to this goat. She's stronger across the top line. She's stronger in the chine, stronger in the loin. She's longer in the rump from hips to pins than we have in 16. 16/17. So kind of going back and forth between these two does. 16 has more balance and symmetry to the halves of the mammary system. A little more desirable fleshing than we have in 17 as well. 17 should be commended for her general openness. Thanks.
Now entering the ring is our Lamancha 5 and 6 year olds, sponsored by Sunset Dreams, Emily and Ray Miller. Winners of the Lamancha 4-year-old milking class, which was sponsored by My Little Red Tractor Farm, Danny Marie and Dallas Posey, is as follows. First place and first place udder goes to Trinity Melmanis with Goat San Peppermint Mint. Our second place and second udder goes to Megan Lawrence, Jen Maycock Kids Oopsie Daisy. Third place, third udder goes to Terry Signs with Magenly K.H. Kira. Fourth place goes to Aaron Griner with Little Orchard CD Snow. Fifth place goes to Megan Lawrence with Jen Maycock Kids Maxwell. Sixth place goes to Faith Hitch with Heaven Sent Farm Shadow. Seventh place goes to Lee Breyer with Lee's Bees Sage. Eighth place goes to Claire Smith Thompson with KECMR Inspire Jada. Ninth place goes to Tom Cox with Shoefly CV Dollop of Daisy. 10th place goes to Jill Pritchett with Jay Haven's SA Wings of a something. 11th place goes to Terry Signs with SG Magenly EJ Kami. 12th place goes to Kelly Hines with Here Be Goats SFC Marl. 13th place goes to Janine Garman, Welshans Acres J Thrive. 14th place goes to Janine Garman with Welshans Acres T Rosebud. 15th place goes to Jennifer Duncan with Frosty Autumn HM Sweet Stuff. 16th place goes to Stephanie Trout with Living My Dream KTR Cookie. 17th place goes to Zachary Jones with Koi.
So placing this class, our memory systems are 1, 2, and the third place others on our fourth place still, okay? First place memory system over the second place memory system, just more desirable texture to that memory system, more depth, more width of rudder as well than we have in 2. 2 over our third place udder, more capacity to that rear, more capacity to the fore, and the fourth place still, who has our third place udder, just more desirable texture, way more desirable texture than the doe ahead of her today. Anyways, 1/2 for the advantage. First, in general appearance, as she walks around the ring, tracks more directly forward on those front feet, walks with more width between the hocks. She has more desirable slope to the rump, than we have in the doe in second. She's also a little more smoothly blended. She's tighter at the point of elbow. In the mammary system, she does have more desirable texture to that mammary system and more smooth as the blending of rear into the escutcheon than we have in two. 2/3 in her turn, quite an advantage in texture to the mammary system. More width of rear udder. She also, as she walks around the ring, she's stronger in those rear legs. She walks with more ease of motion around that mammary system than we have in three. 3/4 in her turn, and as smooth as the blending from the neck into the withers. She's longer and stronger across the top line. She's stronger in that loin. She's wider in the rump from thurl to thurl. Um, However, she'll yield the ease of motion and of walking around that mammary system and the texture, more desirable texture to this udder on the fourth place doe. 4/5 in her turn, a closer placing, but we went with a doe that we felt in the mammary system it really excelled the depth, the shape to the mammary system, the capacity, and the very desirable texture to that mammary system. She also has a slight advantage in body with more width of chest floor than we have in 5. 5/6. Just a more securely attached mammary system with more lateral support. I admire the productivity in 6, but this one's held higher in the rear, more smoothly blended into the escutcheon than we have in the sixth place doe, and also in the rump. It's a flatter rump when you view from the rear from thurl to thurl than we have in 6. 6/7. Obviously, she has more depth back into that rear barrel. She's more open too in dairy strength. When you put your hands on her, she has a wider, flatter bone pattern with greater spacing, looser, pliable skin. Also, she doesn't quite have the height of mammary system, but she has, even though she's so productive, she has more desirable texture to that mammary system than we have in 7. 7/8 today in her turn, more pleasing size and shape and circumference of teats, less motion to that mammary system as she walks around the ring. She excels in body capacity, width of chest or depth of heart, length of body than we have in 8. 8/9. More bloom to the mammary system today. It's unfortunate, but that's the show. But also, she has a slight advantage in sharpness and angularity and openness about her. 9/10 today. Just more substance of bone. She doesn't have the capacity of mammary system that we have in 10. She's been milking since January. But she has so many other qualities. She's straighter in the foreleg. They sit more perpendicular underneath her wither. She's stronger across the top line. She's longer and wider in the loin, having more desirable set to the rear legs when viewed from the side, stronger in those rear pasterns, a lot more body capacity than we have in 10. 10 should be commended for the bloom she's showing in the mammary system today, obviously, and good texture to the mammary system today, just not the strength of bone pattern that we're seeing in the goats ahead of her today. Okay, thanks very much.
Class winners for the 5 and 6-year-olds Lamanchas, which was sponsored by Sunset Dreams, Emily and Ray Miller. First place, with first place udder, goes to Jill Pritchett with J Havens MD Livin Joyous. Second place with second place udder goes to Terry Sines with GCH Magenly BF Hira. Third place goes to Heather Arts with SG Tempo Shauna. Fourth place with third place udder goes to Levi Campbell with Panaceus Cortana. Fifth place goes to Linda Giles with Simply Southern CG Gabriella. Sixth place goes to Linda Giles with SG Simply Southern Chatty Kathy. Seventh place goes to Faith Hitch with Manzanita Farm Banana Bands. Eighth place goes to Kyle Miller with Cherry Glen Chalupa Bedonia. Ninth place goes to Nicole Nadeau with Lynnhaven PS Once Upon a Time. 10th place goes to Jane Donahue with Three Bridges AW Walk the W. Thank you. Now in the ring for our Lamanchas is our 7 and older class. This class is sponsored by Harmony Goats with Sylvia Shirley.
So memory systems are 1, 2, 3. First place memory system over the second place memory system, 10-year-old over a 7-year-old, more desirable shape, depth, length of forerudder, capacity forerudder, width of rear udder, capacity rear udder, more pleasing size and shape and circumference of teats. 2/3. In her term, more proper placement of teats on the udder floor, and smoothest of blending of rear into the escutcheon. Our third place memory system over our fourth place still just more balance and symmetry to the halves of the memory system. 1/2 for an advantage in that memory system, having more greater length, forwarder, more desirable shape when viewed from the side. She's a 10-year-old. She's holding up quite well. Structurally as well, she's more smoothly blended across that top line from the neck into the withers. She's stronger in the chine. She's stronger in that loin as well, but the rear leg angulation is more correct when viewed from the side. She's straighter in the foreleg. They sit more perpendicularly underneath her withers than we have in this doe, big body doe here in 2. It is for the body capacity, depth of heart, length of body, spring of rib. And with that, she has more length of and width of loin, more desirable slope to the rump, more width of rump when viewed from the rear, from thurl to thurl, than we have in the doe standing here in 3. 3/4 in her turn, more balance and symmetry to the halves of the mammary system. She has a slight advantage in when she walks, her shoulder blades are tighter against her body wall than we have in this doe standing here in 4th. The 4th place doe should be committed for her overall depth of mammary system.
The placings for our 7 and older Lamancha class, which again was sponsored by Harmony Goats, Sylvia Shirley. First place with first place udder goes to Levi Campbell with Bella Maker Coffee Bean. Second place with second udder goes to Janine Garman with Welshans Acres Spur Bewitch. Third place with third udder goes to Jane Donahue with Chocolate Kiss. Fourth place goes to Jane Donahue with CH Three Bridges Reach the Stars. Now in the ring is all of our first and second place class winners for selection of our senior champion. We're looking for Tammy Tuller with her second place 2-year-old. Please enter the ring.
that speaker one? Can you do it? Okay. So thanks to the Lamancha breeders for bringing their does out and bearing with us. And I'm sure you probably didn't agree with everything, but it's a it's a goat show, national goat show, but it's a goat show. Anyways, our yearling, well developed, lots of depth, both does, in body capacity. Also, the mammary system's very striking. Our 2-year-olds, very smoothly blended individuals, strong on their feet and legs. Our 3-year-olds, wide powerhouse does, lots of milk, lots of capacity, good texture to those mammary systems. We really kind of ding goats that were really over uddered. So just so you know that for other breeds coming up. Um, our 4-year-olds, uh, sharp, angular, open, dairy, nice mammary systems as well. Our 5 to 6-year-olds, both does are very attractive, strong on their feet and legs, really smoothly blended front ends. Um, good texture to the mammary systems as well. Our age does is 10-year-old here, quite a striking mammary system, beautiful shape to the mammary system, and depth and width. We talked about it for a while. Anyways, for the advantages and the length of neck, the sharpness, the angularity, the flatness of bone, the shape to the mammary system, she puts it all together under the ADGA scorecard. Our first place 4-year-old is going to be our champion. The doe that stood second to her, nice and long across that top line, very shapely mammary system, good angulation to the rear leg set. The doe that I really admired, and I talked to Lynn, we talked about it. Anyways, for the length of neck and the sharpness and the flatness of bone, the mammary system, very good texture to the mammary system, good strength and height of rear udder, and lots of body capacity, depth and width throughout. That'll be our first place 5 to 6-year-old doe. That'll be ours.
if you had first place youth in your classes, we will be bringing you in after selection of grand and reserve grand champions. So please come ringside, all of our first place youth winners.
For our national reserve national champion. So we had a lively little discussion here. Anyways, won't go into it, but it was kind of fun. Anyways, I appreciate these juniors coming out. They were nice last night. They're quite attractive this morning as well, or this afternoon, I guess. But anyways, oh, still morning. Oh, phew. Anyways, for the advantages in uh, memory systems, also body capacity, strength throughout. I'm going to stay with our senior, reserve senior for our grand and reserve grand. Okay.
senior champion today for our Lamanchas, sponsored by Magenly Lamanchas, Terry Sines and Don George, goes to Goats on Peppermint Mint, owned by Trinity and Andrew Malmanis. This doe was also our grand champion today, which was sponsored by Hogs Hideaway, Denny and Kathy Hogg. Our reserve senior champion, sponsored by three Varner girls, Amy, Tara, and Shelby Varner, goes to Jay Havens, MD Livin' Joyous, owned by Jill Pritchett. This doe was also our reserve grand champion, which was sponsored by Rustic Woods Farm, Brian and Nicole Nadal. In the ring now, we have our first place
Sorry. It's for our youth show, the embedded youth show. For our overall champion today, we talked about it, and we have no problem going with this black doe here, second in the lineup for our champion.
Our premier youth winner today for our Lamancha breed goes by Heaven Sent Farm Shadow, owned by Faith Hitch. In the ring now, we have our entries for Dairy Herd. This class is sponsored by Cordell Farm, Sarah Cordell.
Dairy herd placing from my left. 1/2 for the consistency in the mammary systems, the shape to those mammary systems, as well as overall strength of feet and legs. 2/3 in their turn. Once again, stature, correctness and dairy strength, flatness of bone, texture to the mammary systems. 3/4 as a uniform group in strength of feet and legs in comparison to this group in 4/5. A group of does that have really good texture to their mammary systems, and they should be rewarded for that. 5/6 in their turn for the length of neck, sharpness and angularity, and openness and dairy strength. 6/7 in their turn for an advantage in carrying more desirable degree of fleshing, particularly at the point of elbow, but also texture to the mammary systems at this point. 7/8 in the uniformity of width of rear udder and body capacity, depth of heart, width of chest floor. 8/9 in their turn in strength of bone pattern, a wider, flatter bone pattern than we have in this group standing here in 9th place. Not to take away from our group in 9th place. They're high-headed does, sharp in the withers, and they should be commended for that. Okay, thanks.
Winners of our dairy herd for our Lamancha breed. Again, sponsored by Cordell Farm, Sarah Cordell. First place goes to Trinity Melmanis with Goats on. Our second place goes to Jill Pritchett with J Haven Acres. Third place, Terry Sines with Magently Farms. Fourth place, Levi Campbell with Panacea. Fifth place, Megan Lawrence, Gem Aycock Kids. Sixth place goes Nicole Nato with Rustic Woods Farm. 7th place, Hope Hitch, Shady Lawn Farm. 8th place, Ashley Clement Clark with EB Farms. 9th place, Jane Donahue with Three Bridges. Now in the ring. Sorry. That's three, right? Now in the ring, we have our best three senior does. This class is sponsored by Forked Over Farm, Elizabeth Davis.
You see that? Placing this group class from my right, 1/2 for an advantage in the balance and symmetry in dairy strength, general appearance, mammary system, and body capacity. They have more height to all three mammary systems and more proper placement of teats on the outer floor. 2/3 in their turn, more length of neck and sharpness and angularity and dairy strength. 3/4 in their turn for more correctness and desirability in the mammary system, the texture to those mammary systems than we have in 4. 4/5 in their turn for the length of top line, strength of feet and legs, angulation to the rear leg set as a group. 5/6 in their turn. They're just a little more open, also more desirable texture to the mammary systems than we have in 6. 6/7, just more substance to these does, more width of bone pattern, more flatness of bone, more openness, more body capacity at this point. Our 7th-place does should be commended for their upstandingness and front ends.
Winners of our best three senior does, again sponsored by Fork Doe Farm, Elizabeth Davis. First place goes to Trinity Male Manus with Goat Sam. Second place, Megan Lawrence with Jamaica Kids. Third place, Jill Pritchett, J Haven Acres. Fourth place, Terry Signs with McGenley.
One over two for 3 dams, and 2 dams are presented here, Get of Sire. But for the consistency and the shape to the mammary systems and the overall correctness and general appearance, one is placing over two. Tremendous body capacity and length of body on these does, good height and width of rear udders as well, and they should be commended for that.
Fifth place in our best three senior does goes to Levi Campbell with Panacea. Sixth place, Nicole Nadu, Rustic Woods Farm. Seventh place, Jane Donahue with Three Bridges. Our senior Get a Sire, which was sponsored by my Little Red Tractor Farm, Danny Marie and Dallas Posey. Winners of that class. First place goes to Trinity Male Manus with Moonshine Ridge, CB Beowulf. Second place, Nicole Nadu with CH Mint Leaf Tsunami. Now in the ring, we have Produce of Dam. This class sponsored by Greens Crossing, Darla O'Neill.
What? Sorry, I was having technical difficulties. Not that you're listening. Anyways, placing this class from my left, 1/2 for the consistency and the shape to the mammary systems. Also, the outstandingness in general appearance, length of top lines with the rumps, set to the rear legs. 2/3, a closer placing, but we went with those that had more desirable texture to the mammary systems. And then we have in two deep bodied does here in 3. sharp and angular with tremendously wide rear udders over our group in four over five in their turn. Once again, more desirable set to the rear legs, more strength across the top lines too, in comparison to five over six. Just more substance of bone on these does. You guys dropped your ribbon. Somebody did. Anyways, our six, our group six here should be commended for the length of neck and sharpness and angularity throughout.
Winners of our Produce of Dam class are sponsored by Greens Crossing, Darla O'Neill. First place goes to Trinity Malmanis with Goats on Porcelainum. Second place, Trinity Malmanis with Goats on Carrot Cake. Third place, Terry Signs with GCH McGinley BF Hero. Fourth place, Nicole Nadeau, Rustic Woods JH Infinity. Fifth place, Nicole Nadeau, the CH Lucky Stars RD Jada. Sixth place, Ashley Clement Clark with McGinley DD Free Spirit. Now in the ring, it's our Dam and Daughter class, sponsored by Mariah Acton.
an easy top in this class. Two does are very striking, and correct in general appearance, and the daughters maintain that as well. And she has a little bit more better texture to the mammary system. 2/3, in their turn, they both have beautiful shape mammary systems. The daughter, very correct in the strength of medial suspensory ligament. 3/4, sorry, in their turn, quite comparable, but the daughter is a little stronger in her feet and legs than we have in this group here in 4. Sorry, you're fourth? Yeah, 4/5 in their turn. And very close placing, but the daughter, I know she's only a first freshman, not carrying the capacity, but she's maintained the structural correctness and as well as a little more desirable T placement than we have in the goats behind. Okay, thanks.
We need all of our first and second place udders back in the ring for selection of best udder. So if you had a first or second place udder in your class, please come to the ring. Class winners for our dam and daughter, again sponsored by Mariah Acton. First place goes to Terry Signs with GCH Magenli BF Hira. Second place goes to Trinity Melmanis with Goatson Chaos. Third place, Levi Campbell with Panacea's Cortana. Fourth place, Megan Lawrence, Jen Maycock Kids Oopsie Daisy. And fifth place, Terry Science with Magenli KH Mystery.
Well, that's police. Just drove 3 or 4. Family was family that goes over. But this little buck there. She is if she really was decent. She has decent families. Not like this.
I'm had PTSD.
You know what? Tyson is she's like a wow. They're just the bigger dogs. You know.
Yeah, because they have
Here's another one. This is this vertical. But there's another one that says. Yeah, but at least she's got good teeth. Those are bigger. Those are almost rather. I see Andrews. No, that's a game. Sure. From flavor. You don't know. Just this year, it's a weird thing. I see how. So. You're trying to get yours. So you're Nicholas. He's got some of the sons are out. You spend about 5 years. So Got one of his ones. That's gonna drive you nuts. Your fan broke it. Oh no, it's full of that. It's thing that she. This gets some black. That's why they want they're broken nuts. I was freezing. The camera's cold. Here's the double on. Fairly decent. She told me. Yeah, over the 6 times. Over the bucks. Or bucks something on the left. No. The data. Yeah. There's something there. What's happening? What's that?
Excuse me, ma'am, you mind?
Don't fuck, don't live. Sit there. Something. Here's the piece. I just gave them names that you will. Her, I'm in. Where's that?
So that's that.
One point. She can't see it.
Yeah.
She can't. I want to be. She can't. She's like. Don't give her any ideas. All right. Oh no, this. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. March. Let's get the balance. Russian lane. Girls will sit down.
While we're doing our milk out, I'll announce our overall winners for our production awards. Our high lifetime milk for Lamanchas goes to SG Tempo Shauna. High lifetime fat goes to SG Tempo Shauna. High 305 milk goes to SDG Tempo Shauna. And high 305 fat goes to SG Tempo Shauna. Owned by Heather Arts. Your awards are ringside.
So I have our 10-year-old, 6-year-old, 4-year-old, and 4-year-old, right? 6, sorry. Yeah. Anyways, we've seen them full, we've seen them empty. Some took a little longer to milk. Anyways, I had to get you about that. Anyways, uh, when we looked at them full and we've checked them when they're empty, for the overall area of udder attachment, the very desirable shape to the mammary system, the capacity, the height of her udder, extension of foreudder, she milked down very well. We're going to stick with our champion for our best udder. So, and now we're going to pick our reserve best udder. So for the advantages in the shape to the mammary system, the width of rear udder, the pleasing size and shape of teats, as well as extension of foreudder and the tremendous texture to the mammary system, we're going to go up to our 10-year-old for our reserve best udder.
Best udder Lamancha, sponsored by the American Lamancha Breeders Association. Goes to Goats on Peppermint, owned by Trinity and Andrew Malmanis. Our reserve best udder, sponsored by Raintree Calico Dairy Goats, Deb and Charla Mackey. Was Bellmaker Coffee Bean, owned by Levi Campbell. Could we have Trinity Malmanis and Jill Pritchett to sign paperwork, please?